Hi. Sorry I'm a little late. Hello, hello. How is everyone today? Good to see you all. Thank you, love. No worry with hooligan comedy. If you're not able to stay, you're not able to stay. Welcome aboard, Sammy. We have a lot to go through today. And to be honest, I'm not feeling all that great today. So we might skip some of what I had planned and just do the original segment that I wanted to do and then go straight to gaming. But otherwise, been a great like couple of streams, to be honest. I'm glad to be getting back into the rhythm of things. How are you all doing? I had so much fun last time too. If you weren't here for the last stream, you definitely missed out on something really special. That being listening to me scream at Reddit stories being read to me. Scrolling through Blue Sky and catching up on the latest political drama. Anything good? Or is it like dumb political drama? Gotcha. Well, I'm glad you're here. Even if it is only temporary. Yeah, it would be good if YouTube had like more customizability for chats. Okay, so we got a lot to go through today. I know I said we were probably gonna skip part of this, but what we are gonna go through is quite a bit. We're gonna talk about the Taylor Lorenz article and the discourse that surrounded it. And we're gonna kind of go over that today. And then we're also gonna do some gaming. We have time. I may like take do a brief little stint ranting about Gavin Newsom, but we're gonna do some gaming. I have something really fun planned if I can get it all to work. I know that like streaming video games is hard on my computer right now, or at least it has been in the past. We've had like mixed results, because we had a really good Resident Evil stream that one time, but got some gaming planned. I got something really fun. We're gonna do Metal Gear Solid Delta, because that's been out and I love it, to be honest. And then yeah. So right. Before we get into things, make sure to like the stream. And if you have been enjoying the content recently, as I have, consider donating if you have the means. I have a Ko-fi link that will appear every so often, and if you do the donate command in chat, you can see that. You can also become a patron on Patreon or a channel member. All of those things do help a ton. I really appreciate anything that you all can support. But yeah. Oof. Okay, so without further ado, we got to talk about the discourse. I know I'm a couple of days late to the party, talking about the Taylor Lorenz article, the Wired article. Mostly why I'm so late to the party is because when I saw it, I was not in the in a spot where I could stream about it, right? I obviously had a stream planned. Obviously, I had time set aside and I wanted to go over it, but I saw everything literally right before the last stream. So I did not have time really to kind of go over everything and see all of the information and kind of formulate all of my thoughts and say anything about it. It also happened like at the tail end of last week, so it was kind of like late in the week for me, and I wasn't planning on streaming until in the middle of the week, because that's just how the timing worked out. So obviously I'm a little late to things, but it has given me time to read over the article, get my thoughts collected. I saw in the aftermath of it that this turned into a huge amount of drama, like a huge spectacle on the online left. I have watched so many videos from so many different creators over the last couple of days about this article. I've watched everyone from Vosh to Hassan to the Majority Report to Riverboat Jack to the Cavernacle to what was their name? I'm literally I've watched so many. I'm like starting to draw blanks on everyone I've seen. Yeah, I also watched Taylor Lorenz's video herself. Taylor Lorenz's video as well. So I've like digested hours of content about this, Pac-Man, etc. Yeah, I've seen like so many videos, and I've seen videos of like people who are talking about the article positively. I've watched videos from the people involved, Brian Tyler Cohen, David Pac-Man, everyone else. Yeah, researching instead of just saying hot takes without any context. And yeah, I read the article too. I read the article, I want to say 3 times in that time. And also because that's just the nature of how these streams have gone. I've had the article read to me so many times by other people, because that's what a lot of those videos chose to do. So that all being said, I've consumed so much content about the Taylor Lorenz article. I've read the article. I took all of this time to kind of like formulate my thoughts, and I sound a little jumbled right now because I have so many thoughts going through my head at once about this stupid article and all of the drama that like happened because of it. And that's really what I wanted to address regarding it for the most part. Because like I said, I've seen so many people, all of those people that I mentioned, by the way, they're all wrong, and you should stop listening to them and you should subscribe to me instead, because I am so tired of listening to all of this and looking at the spectacle that this has become, because this is, I think if there was ever an example of a situation in online leftist politics on like this side of lefty YouTube that is like an example of the weird purity politics on the left, it's this. And I know that just lost a lot of you. From right there, that sentence just lost a lot of you. But I say that because I have thought about this, and I have watched so much regarding this. And I just cannot help but think that everyone talking about this does not know what they're talking about. And everyone talking about this has like come to a conclusion that they can't reasonably come to and are like justifying it now. Does that all make sense? Because I'm going to explain why. But before I do, we need to recap like the whole situation, because it has been a minute since all of this happened. So I need to remind everyone of what happened based on, well, a lot of different sources, but at least based on the article itself and based on responses to it and everything. Basically, here's what I could glean that has happened. So first off, we're talking about an organization called Chorus. This was something that was co-founded by Brian Tyler Cohen, another YouTuber on this site. I will say, for full disclosure, I know next to nothing about Brian Tyler Cohen, except I have seen a handful of like clips of his that have like popped up on a feed before. But other than that, I don't watch his content. I don't know anything about the man other than I think he was like, was he an MSNBC contributor at one point? I mean, he speaks like one, he talks like one. So he gives me the vibe of a former MSNBC contributor. But we're talking about Brian Tyler Cohen. Okay. So he co-founds Chorus sometime late 2024, I think around November, if I remember correctly. This organization was something that was funded through private donations, one of which is from the 1630 Fund. Now, if you don't know what the 1630 Fund is, we're going to get into it. As far as I know, we don't really know when the 1630 Fund actually started giving money to Chorus, like when they gave this money to Chorus. And we don't know if there were any conditions for that. We don't know who spoke to who. We don't know anything like that. The only thing we know is that the 1630 Fund is one of the contributors to Chorus. At some point, we know that that Chorus, in their like pitch decks for the organization, used a couple of content creators' likenesses and images without their consent. Now, granted, I don't know this to be fact, but it is something that, at least based on the response, it looks like has been kind of confirmed. So I'm willing to take the people who have claimed this at their word. Sometime in April, Taylor Lorenz began writing her article, and then at some point between the founding of Chorus and now, Chorus started paying some of their content creators upwards of $8,000 a month to make content, and to kind of like do these media training sessions where they get like ideas on like how to do thumbnails, how to do creation, public engagement, stuff like that. Basic like content creator bullshit. They do this sometime in 2025. I think, if I remember correctly, it was literally in July or August. It appears, from what I can tell, that creators have some sort of like collaboration schedule in this organization. And then at the end of August, Taylor Lorenz published her article on Wired. And this article, the main idea of it is that Chorus is being accused of funneling dark money for the DNC in an attempt to control the creators who are under it, their content and messaging in secret. I would assume to get more public favor for Democrats and the DNC. That's the basis of what has happened, at least to the best of my ability from everything that I have been able to read and watch, because god fucking damn, there's a lot of information out there. Now, speaking to all of that, this is the basic information that we have. There's a lot that we do not know about any of this. Well, we'll get to that. There's a lot that we don't know about any of this. And in looking at everything that came out of all of the people that talked about this, I'm just kind of floored at how little the analysis to this situation has had anything to do with anything written in the actual article itself. First of all, and it just seems to be based on everyone's vibes, just based on what everyone seems to kind of feel and the preconceived notions that they have about a lot of the creators involved. That said, I kind of wrote down some bullet points. I'm going to go through each of these. I needed to write them down because there's a lot of some of the main arguments that everyone's made. Now, not everyone said everything that I'm going to mention, and not everyone I imagine like fully 100% believes all of this stuff. But these are like the main arguments that I got that either were directly made by most of everyone or were implied by a lot of the people like analyzing the situation. Okay, so we're gonna start there because it's important to know what everyone is actually saying before we respond to it. Because I'm not actually here to talk about the article that much, so much as the like situation surrounding it and what all of it actually means and why it's important that we have a little bit more media literacy. I think that's the main thrust of all of this. So the biggest argument that I saw, there were two arguments that I felt were kind of universal. Two things that I think basically everyone that I watched either directly said or so heavily implied that they may as well have said it. The first one being that accepting this money from the 1630 fund devalues the term independent media. I'm pretty sure a couple of them actually even used the phrase, "this debases the idea of independent media." And then the second main argument, and by main I mean like I think everyone either said this or implied it, is that the 1630 fund giving money to Chorus is part of some DNC attempt to silence discussion on Gaza amongst the left and to stoke like anti-Palestinian pro-Zionist thought amongst the left. That seems to be the two basic arguments that came out of this article. Now, only one of those arguments, by the way, did Taylor Lorenz actually even say in her article. She kind of like heavily implied it in her video, but she definitely kind of heavily implied the Gaza thing in her video, but she didn't actually say it really in the article. But those are the two things that I think basically everyone seemed to get out of this article. And I want to kind of like I'm gonna get to them, but with the first one, with the idea that accepting this money devalues the term independent media, there were a couple of like other arguments that I felt kind of fit with this. The first one being the idea that accepting the money would be hypocritical or unprincipled, and the second one being that this one was really weird. This one was a really weird one that was always tacked in on this, is that somehow Republican creators are more independent than what this makes them. That like somehow the right is doing independent media better than the left is by accepting this money. Let's start there. Okay. The idea that the right is doing independent media better than the left simply because the left has a handful of creators that accepted money from a group that they themselves created, that was given money from an organization that is most likely some sort of like dark money group that has ties to someone. We don't exactly know who. The idea that makes them less independent media than the right is fucking insane. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm so sorry. No, you do not have to hand it to Charlie Kirk for not taking money from the 1630 fund. What are we talking about here? Do we really think that the Republican media machine, that the far right on YouTube is doing independent media better than the left on YouTube because David Pacman got $8,000 a month from the 1630 fund for like a couple of months? I think breaking down what dark money means in this context would be a good idea. We're going to get to it. I really want you all to sit with that for a second. I really want you all to sit for a second and understand what this argument is actually saying. Because by implying that Republicans are doing this better than the left are, because somehow, they have more integrity than the left because they're not taking money from... What the fuck are you talking about? The far-right Republican YouTube media sphere has been funneling money from the same goddamn Republican billionaires that fund the RNC and fund every part of the current administration's government for the better part of 15 years. Are you insane? I understand that what we want to accomplish here is we want to be more principled than the right, and we want to say that doing this is bad no matter what, but we do not have to hand it to them. We don't have to like lie and say that they're better than us on this because we did this at all. No, fuck you. That's literally my argument. Fuck you. That kind of self-defeating argument is why we can't get ahead here, because we don't actually understand what any of this is. Now, as was mentioned in chat, I want to break down what even is dark money. Okay? So dark money has a couple of different meanings, right? Dark money has a colloquial meaning, the kind of meaning that you and I think of when we actually like are discussing it. So like most of the time when we are talking about dark money, and most of the time I think when dark money is being used in the videos that I watched and in the content that you were getting on YouTube, you're going to be hearing it in the colloquial sense, not really in the legal sense or in the sense of like how it is actually functioning in American politics. But dark money basically is money that comes from a source that you cannot verify. Okay? So technically, the 1630 fund is dark money. Let's just be straight up with that. It is dark money. All of the creators that took money from this are in effect getting dark money in a way. From like a legal kind of like internal standpoint. the colloquial standpoint of like how we tend to talk about dark money is a little bit different, because there's a lot of added context there that we have all added to this entire situation. The first one is that, at least, okay, so when I think of dark money, right, the thing that kind of comes to mind is this idea of like all of this money that's being given to you by like, you know, a representative of like a shadowy organization that's giving money, and they're like putting you on payroll, but it's not actually on payroll, and they're giving it to you with all of these strings attached, and if you don't do everything that they want, they're going to pull those strings and like kick your knees in. Like, that's the kind of thing that I think of when someone says dark money. And I'm pretty sure when I say dark money, that's what's coming to your mind as well. Okay, is that kind of like concept. And as Paco said in chat, in the legal sense, you can just say comes from a 501c4. It's from an organization, from a nonprofit organization that does not have to disclose who their donors are. Okay? So in that respect, yes, this is dark money. In the colloquial respect, I don't know that we can jump that far, because we don't have that information. We don't know what terms, if any, were given to this money. And I also want to stress here that none of you know how this works. Like, seriously, none of you know how this works. They're not like on payroll for the 1630 fund. You understand that, right? Like, they're not like getting a job with the 1630 fund. What these creators are essentially doing is they have been given a fund, like a scholarship or a donation or something like to that effect, that is now being doled out. Okay? And the organization is doing that partially from this fund, and then partially from whatever other organizational donations that they have gotten from other people. And that is what allows them to do that. Okay? This is a very standard thing that happens all the fucking time. This is not new, and it happens everywhere. I promise you. Okay? When you're like thinking of this, I know that the thought in our head is like, oh, Brian Tyler Cohen is like on payroll with the DNC and is like getting money from the DNC. That's not how that works. Okay? First of all. So technically, this is kind of dark money. They did receive money from a 501c4. But it's not dark money in like the colloquial sense, because the source itself is visible. We know where it came from. We know it came from the 1630 fund. That is something that can be verified, because whereas the 1630 fund does not have to disclose its donors, it does have to disclose what it gives money to, which means when those reports come out at the end of the year, we will be able to see that. We'll be able to see how much money was actually given and when. Okay? Like, if you want to, right now, right this second, you can go onto the 1630 Fund's website and you can look at their past donations to other organizations. You can see all of the other places that have accepted the same dark money that Chorus did. And spoiler alert, because I did do this, it's a lot of random bullshit. A lot of random climate change advocacy organizations and like progressive organizations all over the fucking country. Okay? They seem to have a bigger focus on climate initiatives than anything else, which, based on the history that I know of, makes a little bit of sense. You can also, by the way, go to their website, find their reports, and see who the like members of this organization who actually run it. None of this is hidden. Okay? This is all publicly available information. Now, I understand the argument. It's all publicly available. That doesn't necessarily mean that it is public information, because it's not something that is being publicized by those people. And we're going to get to that. I promise you we're going to get to that. I want to switch gears for a minute. Okay? And I know this is a little all over the place. I know that this is a little all over the place. I promise you, it is entirely because all of this is stupid. I had to sort through all of this in the same way that you are getting it from me. Okay? So first off, I do want to say this, by the way, just before we get into the rest of the arguments, I do want to say this to be perfectly clear. This does look bad for Chorus, for Brian Tyler Cohen, for all of the creators that are in this organization that are like reacting and being incredibly defensive and doing all of it. It looks bad. Okay. It does look bad. It is always better to be upfront about where you're receiving your funding. Okay. It is. I don't want anyone to mistake that I'm not saying that like it is necessarily like a great thing if somebody accepts money from like an undesirable source. I'm just saying that we have to look at this from the information that we actually have. And at least based on what I'm seeing, God, this is less of an issue than everyone is making it. I do also want to say, from having looked at the responses, I'm not a huge fan of how a lot of the creators have responded to this. I think that Brian Tyler Cohen in particular had a really intellectually dishonest response to the entire situation. In two ways. For one, Brian Tyler Cohen did do the thing where he was like, he played this clip that tried to make it look like Taylor Lorenz was like friends with Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. And I think that is a really intellectually dishonest way of responding, because it really does just make you look spite driven and make it look like you did something wrong and now you're trying to snap back and like throw shit at the wall. But also the idea that because so this was a contention that I saw. A lot of the creators involved were upfront about the fact that they were working with Chorus from the beginning. And that was a contention that I saw. And initially I was kind of on their side with that. I will be honest with you. I was kind of on their side with the whole idea. Like, there were a lot of them that were upfront about Chorus. You can see like posts, you can see their websites and shit where they actually did mention that this organization existed, and Brian Tyler Cohen did mention that the organization existed and that they were like working on this. And I did saw that, and I did see that. And initially I was on their side about this, but I've actually kind of like changed my mind with that, because it is a little bit intellectually dishonest to use that argument, because the claim is not about whether or not you were upfront about Chorus. The claim is about whether you were upfront about the money and the funding, which to my knowledge, currently they weren't. So I do want to put that up front before we get into the rest of the arguments, because I know that you all are going to be thinking about it. I know that we're going to be thinking about, you know, whether or not this is just a defense of them, and it's not. Okay, so let's get into the actual like arguments that I've been listening to. Okay, so we've already talked about devaluing the term independent media, silencing discussion on Gaza. The third argument that I noted was that it's not that taking the money was the wrong thing. It's that the lack of disclosure on taking the money was the wrong thing. And that's what makes it suspicious. That was another big argument that I noted. The fourth argument was, it was less of an argument and more of what I think was intended to be some sort of like an analysis. I included it as an argument, but it's something that I want to discuss. That this is the consequence of the does the left need its own Joe Rogan debate? So let's go through the other arguments and then we'll loop back around. The fifth argument that I noted was, this is predatory towards creators in bad financial situations. And a little like subset of that was, some of them said that the reason why it's predatory is that, you know, it incentivizes creators to create a specific type of content or like self-censor or something, and that this kind of incentivization exists regardless of whether or not the organization is actually telling them what to do. So like an example of this is like I give you like a bunch of money, right? And I am telling you like you need to make this kind of art, right? I want you to make this kind of art with this kind of message. And then you say, hey, I actually want to make this kind of art with a different type of message. And so then I pull your funding from you. And because I'm going to pull the funding from you, you will then make the art that I requested, right? Like I'm telling you what to make. I'm incentivizing you to do that. And even if I don't tell you that I want you to make that art, even if I'm like, hey, here's some money for you to do your little art thing, and then you make art that I don't like, and then I take the money away, it's going to incentivize you through that process to continue making the stuff that I want you to. That's essentially the argument that I was hearing from a lot of people, that this is a situation where it is predatory because it is incentivizing creators to make particular types of content, and even if they're not being told what to make, it is incentivizing them to do a specific thing under the threat of that money being taken away. And then the last argument, this one was more of like, this wasn't something that everyone said. It was just a thing that a couple of people said that stuck with me. That like, there were a couple of creators that said that nothing in their contract stated that they had to make particular types of content, or that like Chorus could tell them what type of content they could make. Okay. And I think like a couple of people mentioned that because they were saying that, because the ones saying that were like in the $8,000 a month tier, and thus like in the larger tier, they probably had different contracts than the rest of them. So let's recap the arguments. Creators might have different contracts, and that might be why some of them are saying that they don't have to make particular types of content, that Chorus doesn't control their content, that the type of organization or the type of funding that Chorus is providing is inherently predatory because it is incentivizing creators to self-censor, that even if accepting the money isn't wrong, that the lack of disclosure is what's wrong, that this is some DNC plot to silence discussion on Gaza within the left, and the big one is that accepting the money somehow devalues the term independent media. Okay? These are the big arguments. When it comes to Chorus, there's no evidence anyone was threatened with having funding cut or making or not making content. Yeah, I mean, like, okay, let's get into that. Let's actually talk to it, okay? Some of y'all desperately need a refresher on burden of proof. Okay? We've all just kind of projected a bunch of stuff into this whole situation. You all realize that, right? That nearly everything, nearly every claim that has been made about this, that I have seen, that has stuck around, has been just kind of stated by someone, not something necessarily that was in the article, but something that was just kind of stated. The big one is that second argument that I mentioned, the idea that this is some sort of DNC plot to silence Gaza discussion amongst the left. You all know that that's a lie, right? Like, that's a straight up lie. And I'm calling it I'm genuinely calling it a lie, because nobody can be making that argument in good faith, because A, it wasn't mentioned in the article at all. Okay? You go into the article right now. Go do it. Go to the web archive, open up the article, okay? And then Control F and search the word Gaza, and you are going to find exactly one instance of that word being in the article. And the context that it is in is not implying that creators were told they couldn't talk about Gaza. That's just something that everyone decided because they already accepted the idea that this article was telling the truth about something. And I'm not here to tell you that it's not. I don't know. Okay? But everyone just accepted the idea that the DNC was somehow like puppeteering all of these left-leaning content creators and just decided that that meant they weren't allowed to talk about Gaza, or that they were being told that Gaza was off limits, or that they were being they were picking and choosing people who wouldn't want to talk about Gaza. And I'm calling that a lie because none of you all know that. And do you know how I know none of you all know that? Because I watched all your fucking videos, and every single one of you, while listing off all of the content creators that were supposedly included in this program, you read off 2 names, and then you say, and all of these people that I don't know who they are. You don't know who any of the creators listed in this article are, but you are so confident that they're all anti-Palestinian. And then this just spread like wildfire. It just was like, it was just true. We just created truth by speaking it into existence. We just manifested that all of these creators somehow are desperately trying to prevent Palestinians from getting saved from the genocide that's happening in Gaza. We just decided that. It's not claimed in the article that Chorus told creators they couldn't talk about Gaza. You all just projected that because that's what you feel should be true. Are we on the same page right now? Do we live in the same universe? Are we in the same reality? Okay? You all need a refresher on how the burden of proof works, because I saw this, okay, come up. I saw this come up over and over and over again, this idea that creators aren't allowed to talk about Gaza, okay? And overwhelmingly, the response from all of those creators were, that's not true. We're allowed to talk about whatever we want. We're allowed to talk about Gaza. We're allowed to talk about Israel. We're allowed to call it a genocide, including a couple of creators who have spoken out about Gaza several times. The only one, by the way, the only creator in that whole list that I saw that I got like weird, really like icky vibes from was David Pacman. That was the only person who I'm like, I don't know about this one as far as Palestine. Okay? And everyone who did their little analysis was like, I don't know who these people are. But we just decided that they're anti-Palestinian and they're not allowed to talk about Gaza. And overwhelmingly, people were like, that's not true. And the response to that was, okay, well, show me the contract. Show me the contract. Prove it. That's not how burden of proof works, okay? Taylor is the one with the burden to prove that, not the creators. The burden of proof is on the person making the claim. And the person making the claim is the one who wrote a goddamn Wired article. It is on Taylor to prove that. And her article makes claims about a group chat and makes claims about contracts, but shows none of it. You all are just taking her word for it. And I'm not saying that Taylor Lorenz is necessarily an unreliable source. I'm not saying that Taylor Lorenz is a bad journalist. I'm not even saying that Taylor Lorenz is untrustworthy. But y'all gotta have better media literacy. You are just taking her at her word that this is what happened because she said so. You have not seen the contract, but she has. The person who wrote the article, the person who broke the story. And yet you're putting the burden of proof onto the people who the claims are being made against? Do you know how ass backwards that is? Yeah, one of the creators, by the way, who was being accused of not caring about Gaza was somebody who was literally advocating against slave labor in U.S. agriculture. There's so much Prager Coke oil money going to right-wing creators and not the chump change that Chorus was giving. This is the silliest circular firing squad. I mean, to be fair, we don't know how much money Chorus was given by the 1630 fund. It could have been a lot. I don't know. But you're not wrong. I did talk about that earlier, about how the comparison here, the idea that somehow the right is doing independent media better than the left because of this is absurd. Yeah, and had spoken out about Gaza too, the one creator. So I want to change gears a minute. Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the Joe Rogan thing, because I saw this one and I was perplexed, to be honest, why Joe Rogan's name keeps coming up with all of this. I'm perplexed why Joe Rogan's name keeps coming up in general, but specifically with this one, this was something that Taylor said, I think, in her video. It's something that was said by a couple of people in their like analysis. This was like a talking point that she had that everyone just parroted, this idea that like this is the natural consequence of the conversation over whether or not the left needs its own Joe Rogan. And the fact of the matter is that conversation is dumb, because no, we don't need a leftist Joe Rogan. But it's also not relevant. It has nothing to do with this. But what I will say in regards to all of this is that the left absolutely does need to build its own network of like really well-financed creators that are able to reach massive audiences. It is something that we need, at least right now. Obviously, I know some people are going to say, no, we don't, because they think that we're going to rise up against the billionaires and we're going to just overthrow everything, that society is going to collapse and everything's going to be fine. But in the meantime, until that happens, we definitely do need our own network of creators that actually are making like money and capable of producing content and reaching a lot of people, and not just like guys doing like random streams out of their mom's basement talking about the revolution. We actually do need that. No, we don't need a Joe Rogan. We don't need somebody who rejects empiricism and somebody who doesn't seem to care whether or not their anything they say is correct, and somebody who just agrees with everyone who comes in front of them. But we do need people who have reach and money and ability to actually gain audience. Yeah, Paco, a leftist Joe Rogan would also be a content creator that isn't deliberately political. That is also true. Joe Rogan is somebody who isn't a political commentator, at least to the vast majority of people. He doesn't appear that way. He talks politics and he talks a lot of issues, but he comes off as your average Joe. But anyway, I say all of that, but I really think that the Joe Rogan thing that everyone keeps adding to their analysis is like, it has nothing to do with this. It's honestly a distraction. The fact that I'm even talking about it right now is adding to that whole conversation, because then now people can just respond to this and not respond to anything else that I've said. So, argument 5. I know you didn't get all the numbers. I have numbers. The idea that this is predatory, okay? This is mostly conjecture. The idea that this is like predation on people who are in bad financial situations. Like, to be honest, all funding schemes for any creator are inherently predatory in that way, because this is a function of how money works. Okay. But this is for purposes of talking about this particular argument. This is conjecture, because we actually don't know the terms of the funding, or even if terms for the funding actually exist. We have just concluded that the DNC is trying to control content of a bunch of left-leaning streamers, and we're now fabricating reasons to justify that. We just decided. The idea that this is like some sort of like predatory tactic, we've just decided that. And I know the reaction, the incentivization, the self-censoring, and I want to give some credence to that, because it's not an untrue statement. Okay? This is something that we've talked about a lot over the years. The incentivization of money causes people to do things to get more money, right? Like, there is no work that isn't inherently predatory in that way, as long as it is for financial gain. But this isn't something that's unique to the dark money. It's not something that's unique to the 1630 fund. You all need the reality check that this is true of independent media too. Okay? And I'm not even just talking about sponsorships, right? Though that is the case. Okay? Whenever a creator takes a sponsor, there is always the chance that they could be influenced by that, right? That money could influence their decision making. It could influence what they say. It's not just that they're being paid to advertise for someone or being paid to say something. It is influencing their work, right? But that's not even the only way that independent media is influenced. You all do realize that you have that power too. You know, all of you, the people in my chat right now, the people who are watching this. I'm going to do something really unprecedented as a streamer. I'm going to ask you to donate. There's a little donate command for the chat where you can donate or you can send money. You can become a channel member. You can become a patron. I know you're thinking, Saige, why are you doing this in the middle of the segment? You all are what funds this, for the most part, in like a way, okay? Because I do have a day job. You all are what funds this, right? But your willingness to give me money will still influence what I do. If I was dependent upon this source of income, I would absolutely be swayed by the influence of my audience. Everyone is. If you think that they're not, any one of these creators that are working full-time to do YouTube are able to be swayed by the whims of their audience if they are being funded by that audience. The more radical of an audience base that they curate, the more radical they will become. The different types of beliefs that funnel through their community, if they are rewarded for those beliefs through financial incentives, they are going to keep displaying those beliefs. This is literally something that we noted about the alt-right pipeline all the way back in 2016. This is a function of it. YouTube works this way. All content creators are subject to this. Every time one of the creators you watch chases the algorithm, posts something that's relevant, doing this segment is part of that. Because I'm going to publish this and it's going to get however many views and I'm going to get a little bit more money in my YouTube payout. And that's what everyone else who made this same video that I'm making right now did. That's why when I watch all of the videos by all of these creators, by the Majority Report, the Cavernacle, by Vosh and Hassan and everyone else, they made this video because they're chasing the algorithm. This is a drama content. And that's something that they're being swayed by the whims of the people that are paying them, their subscribers. And these are what we would call independent creators. This is independent media, but you still have that same incentive. Even if all of these creators were being paid huge sums of money by, like, you know, unknown donors, which they could be, we don't know. That's the whole point. Having the independent income source does not make them any less susceptible to their views and their content being swayed by that financial incentive. Do you understand? Okay. I need to take a break for like 1 second to adjust my my curtains. Just sit with what I've said. All right, I want to do a mid-segment check-in because this is a lot. Are we understanding what I'm saying? Because I feel like not only is this such a nothing burger that we have blown up on the left because of our predisposition towards hatred of the DNC, that we're also just like, we're creating controversy out of nowhere. And as Lychines said earlier, this is like, this whole drama exists for a bunch of lefty creators to just circle jerk about hating the Democrats, which is going to get them more clicks and more views, which is what I have literally just been talking about. Now, I want to talk about the other two like big arguments, and I'm going to kind of wrap them up into one. This idea that accepting the money devalues the term of independent media, the idea that it's hypocritical, that it's unprincipled, that but also like it's not really accepting the money that's the problem, it's the lack of disclosure. We're going to wrap all of those things into like one entire thing because I think they're kind of tied. Because I think the instinct of a lot of the people that were reacting to this was to try to be a little hands off, in the sense that like they didn't want to like go so hard on everything. Obviously, like, I know I name dropped a bunch of people and I said that like I said everyone's wrong and you should listen to me. And that's true. Everyone is wrong and you should listen to me because I'm the only one who's correct. But I don't think that any of the people that I'm talking about are necessarily like bad or evil or horrible or anything like that. I have nothing against them. I'm not trying to start drama with fucking Hassan or Riverboat Jack or anyone else. Like, these are just people whose videos that I watched, that I like listened to their perspectives and I had like disagreements with, because I feel like all of this was hastily made in a like for a controversy that was just kind of generated. Okay. The idea that we are devaluing the term of independent media by taking this money is, I think, a bit of a misnomer. And it strikes to the heart of like an issue that I see on the left. This idea, and we're going to talk about this a little bit more later, but this idea of like integrity being like the most pure thing that you can have or be, and that lack of that is like something we need to excommunicate. The left is, a lot of you don't want to hear this, but the left is really culturally evangelical, really culturally Christian. There is a lot of weird Calvinist Puritanistic idea that permeates the online left in a lot of ways. And this is one of them. This whole like, okay. So a lot of leftists used to be religious, or even if they weren't religious, like America is culturally like a Christian country in the sense that like those deep internal Christian values just kind of like exist everywhere. And a lot of leftists used to be Christians, and after not being that anymore, rather than actually unpacking those ideas, what we did instead was just replace all of the Christianity with leftist ideals. Yeah, many at least grew up in the church. I know I did. I grew up as a Baptist. And rather than like unpacking all of the ways that like Christian thought permeates us, and this is something that even I struggle with this. This is work that I still have to do, but a lot of us have not unpacked those ideals. Instead of doing so, we just took leftist ideals and put those in place of all of the Christianity that we had. So instead of this idea of like purity and impurity and this like black and white good versus evil thinking that we have with everything, instead of thinking it as like good and evil, dark and light, God and the devil, now it's integrity and lack of integrity. It's purity of thought, purity of action, purity of associations. All of the things that we have talked about the last few years about troubles in the online left. This when somebody says like purity testing, I know that everyone's eyes glaze over because they I know so many liberals will just say purity testing anytime that somebody calls them on like saying something stupid or like being a transphobe or something like that. I get it. We don't want to hear that phrase. We don't want to say it, but like so many leftists just like this is their purity, is the integrity. The idea this idea that we have to have the most pure version of leftism. We have to have the most pure version of activism. We have to have the most pure version, the most principled version of doing this thing, of fighting for our rights. And I got news for you. I know I'm going to be called a shit lib for this, but y'all really got to shut up. I got to be honest with you. Y'all really got to shut up about this. There isn't anything hypocritical about like taking money in order to continue doing a thing. There's nothing unprincipled about taking money from an organization in order to try making leftist or left-leaning content. The unprincipled thing is when you then just change your beliefs. When you know, maybe 3 days ago you were talking about the genocide in Gaza, and now suddenly you take this money and you're only content is pro-Israeli propaganda. Yeah, that's unprincipled. But taking the money is not the unprincipled part. It's the changing your beliefs. You all know that, right? It wasn't the money that was the unprincipled part. It was the beliefs. It was the changing of the beliefs. This idea that taking money from larger sources. I'm sorry, I thought we were leftist. I didn't realize we were all fucking hipsters. This is just the like leftist content creator version of calling artists sellouts for getting their songs played on the radio. I'm sorry, I thought you wanted more people to listen to leftist thought, not less. This idea that we're somehow ruining the idea of independent media by taking... No, fuck you. In theory, I would love to do this full time. I really would. I can't. I don't have the ability. And there's a lot of stuff. This isn't even a content creation thing. There's a lot of stuff that I don't talk about because of the job that I have. Stuff that I want to talk about that I can't because it would risk my income. Without that income, I can't do this. And that sucks. It sucks that I have to be put in that position. Does it make me less of a leftist? Maybe to some of you. Maybe to some of you, you do genuinely believe that I'm less of a leftist for not talking about certain things because I don't want to not have enough money to be able to move and to get to safety and to be in a position where I can talk about those things. We've got to stop doing this. Something else, and I had really gone back and forth as to whether I even wanted to mention this. But something I thought about today before stream with regards to this idea of like, this is really suspicious. And even I said at the top of all of this that like, this looks really bad. It does look suspicious. It looks like they're doing something wrong. I get that. But we're all focused. We're all so focused on this idea that there's like some scheme that like these creators are doing something wrong. We're so focused on the intentions of these creators because this is a spectacle. This is us doing content. I'm engaging in it right now. And nobody is doing that with the actual article itself. No one is actually questioning the intentions of the article or of the person who wrote it. And I'm not sitting here calling Taylor Lorenz a plant. I'm not going to sit here and say that she's a psyop or anything like that. So when somebody says that I said that, fuck off. But does this not look like drama stirring? Like we have an article that doesn't actually show any of its work, making claims, and we have all just accepted it. Yeah, because of first source bias. We've all just accepted the narrative that it paints because we want it to be true. And what's the effect been? What has the actual effect been? What have we done? Because any of you who know anything about campaign finance, any of you who know anything about money and politics, which I have a little bit of knowledge about as somebody who did run for office, will know that what went on here was technically above board in like all of the ways. Even the little quote that I saw where they're like, you know, putting all of the sinister music over somebody saying like, you can't endorse a candidate with this money. Do you guys understand how campaign finance works? Do you guys understand that 501c4s are not legally allowed to endorse candidates, and if they give money to organizations that are endorsing a candidate, it will just say that that organization is endorsing a candidate? It doesn't mean that the person making the content can't make content endorsing a candidate. It means they can't use that money to do it. It means they got to get really good at managing their money. But none of you all have thought about any of this because you've just accepted a framing that this article is going for, and the result of it has been to what? To ruin the reputation of Brian Tyler Cohen and David Pakman and a couple of other creators that until 3 days ago I didn't even know existed. To get into a flame war with a bunch of random content creators online about whether or not this was like okay, to start discussion of what? Should we engage in the practices of our opposition? Man, fuck you. This idea that we're no better than them. Oh my god, you sound like fucking Harry Potter right now. That's what you sound like. You sound like you're doing like the Tumblr 2012 fucking Harry Potter shit. I can't be like them. I can't do the thing that they do or else I'll be no better than them. Fuck off. Be an adult. We are never going to win if we can't engage in smart ways. And I'm not saying that we should just do everything that the right does. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm getting at is this isn't even close to what the right does. And if you have a problem with this, you are not cut out for politics. Am I making sense? Because at the end of all of this, we've gotten nothing. Nothing has happened. I can imagine a world where Taylor Lorenz writes a bomb-ass article about dark money in politics and talking about it. And exposing all of the ways that the Republicans and the Democrats are engaging in it, and the ways that it's ruining politics, and the ways that it makes everything worse. And that's great. That would be awesome. We should do that. Taylor? Not that Taylor's going to watch this video. But we've not gotten there. We've not actually accomplished that. All we've done is cause a flame war online and get a bunch of butts, I guess, to accuse random content creators of being Zionists. Because that's been the outcome I've been seeing. Is a lot of creators getting harassment. And a lot of people getting into arguments with each other over this. Guess what? The money's still there. The influence is still there. We didn't solve anything. Cool. We did it. We saved the city. We are never going to be able to get ahead if we keep shooting ourselves in the foot like this. The money was never the problem. And quite frankly, I'm getting tired of us as a community, as a movement, as a whatever you want to call this, of us trying to solve problems that haven't existed yet. We just kind of vaguely pointed at the possibility of a problem somehow, somewhere in the future. And then was just like, stop that. What are you talking about? Yeah, we saved the city. Everything is on fire. I feel like I'm going to keep going in circles if I keep going very long, but I do want to like wrap this up because this has been a while. This has been a long one, and I know that everyone has a lot of opinions on this. So to kind of wrap it up, this is another example of the ways that the American left is deeply ingrained in the cultural Christianity present in America, and particularly American politics. This weird purity culture that we have of ensuring that everyone is doing the most pure version of leftism. And I'm not saying that they don't look bad, but this weird purity that we're putting on them, it's not helping us. It's in fact hurting our cause. It's making it harder for us to do things. This in-group mentality, this shunning of anything that makes us feel bad, that gives us the ick, it's making it worse. This idea that we've somehow debased the term independent media by doing something that fucking PBS and NPR have been doing for decades. Something that Taylor Lorenz herself engaged in. I know that everyone was waiting for me to say it because it's not the hinge of my argument, but it is worth noting that Taylor Lorenz is also taking money from one of the same billionaires that funded the 1630 Fund. That we know verifiably gave one of the largest donations to the 1630 Fund. Taylor Lorenz is also taking money from that billionaire. And I know they're going to say, well, it's not the same thing. Fuck you. That is also intellectually dishonest. It's just as intellectually dishonest as saying that the 1630 Fund has nothing to do with the DNC. Or to do with Democrats in politics. I'm tired. I'm getting real tired of it. I'm getting real tired of having to be a picture-perfect leftist. And you should be too. Because one day you're going to be on that side. When it's your turn to be the main character of the day, you'll remember this. I get that this is not the analysis that a lot of people wanted. I get that this is not the type of video that everyone wanted to hear, because everyone's just been circle jerking about this being bad, this looking bad, this taking dark money. I don't care. I actually really don't care. And I don't think you should care either, because I don't think you actually do care. Because I think that this is just an excuse for you to be the most pure leftist in the room right now. And I don't think that's what our politics should be about. It's not solving dark money. Not even to mention the fact that nearly every single year, resolutions get put into Congress to try to end the exact loophole that allows this to continue, by Democrats, mind you, and every single time it is the Republican Party shutting it down. You know, the exact people who are currently benefiting from this situation are trying to end it. Did this article do that? No. Did this whole drama do that? No. And we might be able to get there one day. I'm not saying that voting is going to be the end all be all solution to that. But God damn it, I can imagine a world where that actually happens. Where we actually have enough votes to be able to do it. But we're not going to fucking get there if the only thing that we can do is this bullshit. That's really all I gotta say. I've looked at all of this, and I think that this is a huge nothing burger. And I know somehow I've made this entire segment out of it, out of a nothing burger. So is everyone else. And this is part of the problem. This is exactly part of the same problem that I'm talking about. And yeah. But cool. Cool, we did it. We saved the city. That's how I'm going to end this, I think. I was the main character of the day earlier this week, and one of the online niches I commented in wasn't fun. It's never fun. I've also been the main character of the day several times in the last couple of years. It's not fun. It's not fun no matter what side you're on, even when you deserve it. That's the thing, deserving it doesn't even matter. God, I don't want to like have to rehash ContraPoints' canceling video. But I fucking will. Y'all are gonna make me do it. If you've enjoyed the stream, consider donating. And like the stream. Good job, team, indeed. It's a little scatterbrained, but yeah, I hope I got my point across. I hope you all get this. Because this whole drama, it's just been sitting with me. I've just been like sitting with it for 2 days. And I fucking hate it. All right. I was going to talk about Gavin Newsom. And maybe I still will, but I'm going to see if I can get the game to work. I think we need a bit of a palette cleanser after that. Okay. All right. Okay, so before we get started, do you want to try to... I want to see if I can get... I tried to get a timer added, and I was having trouble with it. But I don't think I'm going to be able to. So I do apologize for that. I'll try to have one set up for the next time we do a stream, but I have a little challenge that we're going to try to do. We're going to try to beat this game in one sitting. We're doing croc percent for Metal Gear Solid Delta. What is croc percent, you might ask? Croc percent is we have to play this game while wearing the crocodile suit. We have to wear the crocodile suit. We must crawl everywhere. And we are not allowed to use weapons outside of boss fights. We're beating this game as a crocodile. So, does not really matter which one we pick. Because we're not allowed to use any of it. So we're going to do Metal Gear Solid 3. I have not unlocked European Extreme yet. I'm still playing through the game. If we want, we could do a version of it where it's like, you know, game over if you're seen. But we're not. For right now, we're gonna do the game on easy. Do MGS2 so you get the funny start. You know what? Sure. We're gonna do it on easy because we're challenging ourselves enough. I don't need tips. All right, are we ready? Okay, so we're gonna start. Remember, we have to wear the crocodile suit the whole time, as soon as we get the chance to, and then we have to crawl everywhere. This is based on Metal Gear Solid 3. This is not Metal Gear Solid 3, guys. The frame rate do be chugging a little bit, not gonna lie. I wonder if it's possible for me to no, nothing yet. I might be able to outside of cutscenes.
Approaching Soviet airspace.
20 minutes to drop off.
Commencing internal depressurization. Equipment check. Arm main parachute.
All right. Ready to go.
Drop zone still showing a high pressure mass. Cav okay.
Good. We've got high visibility.
Put out that cigar. Connecting oxygen hose to interior connector. Put on your mask. Does this panty waste know what he's doing?
Approaching release point.
10 minutes to drop off.
Hey, are you deaf?
He said put out the cigar and put on your mask.
Depressurization complete.
Checking oxygen supply.
6 minutes to drop off. Opening rear hatch. Sunrise.
Yes, we do have to watch all of the cutscenes too.
External temperature minus 46 degrees.
You'll understand why
2 minutes to
soon.
drop off. Stand up.
You'll be falling at 130 miles per hour. Try not to get frostbite from the wind chill.
Also, this version of the game does look really good.
Move to the rear.
RNG manipulation? Yeah.
Is one for the history books. The world's first Halo jump.
10 seconds to drop off. Stand by. Status okay. All green.
Prepare for drop off. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Spread your wings
And fly. God be with you.
Jack, I've got some important news. The head of the CIA has finally given us the green light for the virtuous mission.
Virtual mission?
No, the virtuous mission. The future of our Fox unit depends on it. If it succeeds, we'll be officially organized into a unit.
Virtuous mission? Sounds like some kind of initiation ritual.
Don't get cocky. This isn't a training op.
Right. So what exactly is this wonderful mission?
Well, about 2 years ago, a certain Soviet scientist requested asylum in the West through one of our moles. His name is Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov. He's head of the OKB-754 Design Bureau, one of the Soviets' top-secret weapon research facilities, and the East's foremost expert on weapons development.
Sokolov? Isn't he that famous rocket scientist?
The very same.
I love this game, by the way.
1961, the Soviets achieved the first manned spaceflight.
My first Metal Gear Solid game was actually Metal Gear Solid 2. But Metal Gear Solid 3 was the game that I spent the most time playing. I remember playing this on the 3DS, was my console of choice for this game.
Sokolov is said to be the man most responsible for the multi-engine cluster used in that rocket. After Gagarin's flight, Sokolov left rocket development to become the head of the newly established Design Bureau.
From a lowly technician.
It's very quiet.
Bureau. That's quite a success story. So why do you want to defend it?
It seems he'd become afraid of his own creations.
Afraid?
Call it a crisis of conscience.
And for that, he left his country and his family behind and went over the fence?
Not exactly. One of his conditions was that his family was also to be taken safely to the West. We used a mole to get the family out first and succeeded in sneaking Sokolov over the Berlin Wall shortly afterwards. I was the one who conducted the operation.
The security on the eastern side was still full of holes back then. Then what?
We got Sokolov over in one piece, but the whole ordeal had left him exhausted, and we checked him into a hospital.
Let's see. Oh, that would be why. How's it now?
In West Berlin. It took him 2 weeks and more than 600 miles to get from the research facility in the Soviet Union to Berlin. He was in no condition to say anything coherent. And it was only a week later that we had something much bigger on our hands.
The Cuban Missile Crisis.
October the 16th, 1962, President Kennedy received word that the Soviets were in the process of deploying intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Cuba. The President demanded that the Soviets dismantle and remove the missiles.
Whoops.
At the same time, he announced a naval blockade to prevent further missile shipments from reaching Cuba. But the Soviets didn't back down, instead placing their armed forces on secondary alert. Soviet transport ships carrying missiles continued on course towards Cuba. US and Soviet forces went on alert for an all-out nuclear war. Frantic negotiations
How is it now?
through the UN's Emergency Security Council and unofficial channels to end the hair-trigger standoff. Finally, on October the 28th, the Soviet Union agreed to remove its missiles from Cuba, and so the world avoided a nuclear holocaust. But in order to get the Soviets to pull their missiles out, we had to make a deal.
You mean the one where the US agreed to remove its IRBMs from Turkey?
No. The Jupiter IRBMs deployed in Turkey were obsolete, and we were going to get rid of them anyway. They had
No effective change.
value whatsoever to either the US or the Russians. The Turkey deal was a ruse, a cover story that was fed to the other intelligence agencies around the world.
So what did the Russians really want?
Sokolov. They wanted us to return Sokolov.
How about now?
You mean the Soviets pulled out of Cuba just to get their hands on Sokolov?
That's right.
What the hell was he working on?
At the time, we had no idea. We were running out of time. It was either give up Sokolov or risk full-scale nuclear war. In the end, we had no choice. President Kennedy gave in to Khrushchev's demand. The next day, I got Sokolov out of the hospital, handing him over to agents on the eastern side. Sokolov kept on screaming, "Save me," until he disappeared from my sight. Then a month ago, we received some new information from one of our moles.
About Sokolov?
Yes. He was taken back to the research facility and forced to continue working on the weapon in question under KGB supervision. What's more, it's on the verge of completion.
So what kind of weapon is it? Something to do with space rockets?
No, missiles.
Same technology.
Any better?
I guess you're right. We don't know the details, but it appears to be a new kind of nuclear device. For half a year now, the Soviets have been conducting frequent nuclear tests at Semipalatinsk.
Something to do with the weapon, I assume.
We're talking about a secret weapon so big that Khrushchev was ready to pull out of Cuba to get it back.
Is Sokolov still in the facility?
No, according to our intelligence, he's in Selino-Yarsk, a place in the mountains about 3 miles to the west that's known as the Virgin Cliffs.
He's being kept in a Kmart.
The Virgin Cliffs. Nice name for a virtuous mission.
They moved him there just recently.
Why?
Apparently, they're conducting a field test of the weapon, but it's our best chance to get him back. This mission would never have been possible if he was still in the research facility. This is our last chance. Sokolov must have known that too when he contacted us.
It's clearly audible, but only I literally do not know what else to do. Because I'm dying right now.
Listen up, Jack. Your mission is to infiltrate Selino Yask in the Soviet mountains, ensure the safety of Sokolov, and bring him back to the West. If we don't get Sokolov back before that weapon is complete, we'll be facing a major crisis. The clock is ticking. Once we've confirmed the rescue of Sokolov, stand by at the recovery point. A recovery balloon will be dropped at that point. Helium will be pumped into the balloon to inflate it. The process takes about 20 minutes. Once it's complete, the gunship's arm will latch onto the balloon and pull it up.
The Fulton surface-to-air recovery system. I'm familiar with the theory.
Take it easy.
Don't worry, you'll be very familiar with it in a couple of
I
years.
think Sokolov is up to it.
The shock will be less than during a parachute jump, and the arm can handle up to 500 pounds.
So you're planning on going over the border in a single combat Talon?
She's equipped with two 6-barrel 20mm Vulcan cannons, as well as two 40mm machine guns.
Sounds like she could hold her own against a battalion of tanks.
Even with the fuel in the reserve tank, we're facing a 4-hour time limit. If all goes well, it shouldn't take more than a few hours.
Home in time for dinner.
But if anything goes wrong, you'll be eating dinner, breakfast, and all the rest of your meals in the jungle.
There he is. There's our boy. Okay. This is looking really god-awful. Let's see if this helps at all. Oh god.
Do you copy? You're already in enemy territory, and somebody might be listening in. From here on out, we'll be using code names to refer to each other. Your code name for this mission will be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on. You're not to mention your real name.
Snake?
What, you don't like snakes?
What do you mean?
You've eaten one before, haven't you?
In survival training.
I'm glad to hear that.
I don't know if I'd ever order one in a restaurant, but...
Be careful, you might not have a choice.
What about you, Major? What should I call you?
Let's see. I'll be Tom. Call me Major Tom. Oh, and Snake,
Yeah,
the crew isn't watching anymore. You can take off the disguise now.
good idea. This isn't right. Time for the snake to shed his skin.
Better get away from whatever that was.
Can you hear me, Major Tom? This is Snake. Kept you waiting, huh?
This will be a sneaking mission. You must not be seen by the enemy. You must leave no trace of your presence. Is that clear? This kind of infiltration is the Fox unit's speciality. In other words, weapons and equipment are procured on site. That goes for food as well. You're completely naked, just as your name implies.
Great. Now I see why you asked me if I like snakes. I suppose calling me Snake was your idea of a joke, too.
No, there's a good reason for that. I'll tell you later when the time is right.
Gotcha. Getting back to the subject, how exactly am I supposed to feed myself?
You've been issued a knife and a tranquilizer gun. Use them to hunt for food. You'll also find some medical supplies in your backpack.
Yeah, about the backpack. I lost it in a tree on the way down.
I see. Well, you'd better go back and get it then. You know where it is?
No problem. I can see it from here. It's stuck on a branch.
To climb a tree, stand in front of a tree that's covered in ivy and press the action button. I'll be monitoring your progress over the radio. We can't risk violating Soviet airspace, but I'll be in the gunship. My frequency
To help.
is 140.85. I'll give you a call if I need to talk to you. If you need to talk to me, use the send function. Okay, Snake, go get your backpack.
I really hope I can make this work. Let's see. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make this work. Okay. We're gonna try for as long as I can stand it. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, this might be too much for my shitty little machine to handle. That's disappointing. All the better for a future machine. Yeah. Yeah, I'm working on it. This is why you should donate. We'll always play Tunic until we get you upgraded. Yeah. Let's see. I know what we'll play. How are we doing? I am disappointed. I wanted to be able to play that. And maybe we will for a future stream. I'm working on getting a better machine that I can stream with. All right. Let's play Crosscode. This is just going to be an excuse for me to play this game. Okay, so about difficulty and assist mode. Crosscode is designed with challenge in mind for both combat and puzzles, and we encourage every player to try the game with its intended difficulty. However, if those challenges end up making the game less enjoyable or even inaccessible for you, we provide options to tweak the difficulty through the Assist tab in the option menu. Cool. We love it. We stand. I know you can hear me. Where is he? Shizuka, I have to ask you to leave. So you're keeping him here? What do you think you're doing? Time is running short. We don't have a choice. So you abduct a dying person and let him work until his last breath? Is that it? I'm gonna talk some sense into him. Don't get in my way. Alright. Shizuka, please don't do this. I'm sorry, but I can't let you go any further. Really? No damage, let's go! Eating dinner, pork chops, broccoli, and mashed potatoes. That sounds really good. I honestly want to live in this place, to be real with you. You know this is what he wants as well. Sure, you'd like to think that. You won't listen. Cold-based? How very creative. Weak to heat, how surprising. This is just like that Starbomb song about Mega Man. Almost there. If you interrupt him, all of his hard work will be lost. Don't do this. So, it never should have happened in the first place. Okay, this is it. You don't know when to stop, do you? Just watch. Oh, damn. You can throw as many enemies at me as you like. The level threshold doesn't exactly work in your favor. In case you needed to know that life is a video game. Is he in here? Maybe he's in this tree. I burn it. Do I need to burn the house down? Oh. Satoshi. Sister. What do you think you're doing? You're in no condition to do this kind of work now. All you should do is rest. Why should I rest when I'm way beyond recovery? I need to finish this work. It's my final task. I told you about the agreement. I finish this and they will let you go. No, I don't want this. Satoshi, stop it. It is done. No! Shizuka, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I got you involved in this. Just promise me that you will get away. Please. Well, he is dead. And then the Earth just crashes into the other planet. There you are. Initialization successful. Oh, is the speech synchronization malfunctioning? Apparently. Well, something just had to go wrong. But you understand me, correct? Okay, we will make it work somehow. You are probably confused about this situation, correct? Alright, let us take small steps. Do you remember VRPs? Virtual ricochet projectiles? Balls? Balls? Okay, you seem to remember. She's like, I know balls. Carla, we're ready. Please initiate the training sequence. VRPs are your most essential tool and weapon. Nice work. Well, just to be sure, let us repeat this exercise with an extended distance. Something particular about VRPs, they are not affected by gravity, thus no matter how far you throw, VRPs will not fall to the ground. Did I miss one? Oh. Very good. Okay, let us enable the next charge mode. You activated charged VRPs by aiming for a longer time. Let us practice right away. There we go. Well, that was quick. Suppose I talked too much again. Anyway, enough practice with VRPs. About time we get you down on your feet. Carla, we're done here. You can terminate the flotation sequence. Hey there, girl. Welcome to our cozy cargo hold. My name's Carla. Nice to meet you. You sure are a quiet one. Apparently there's an issue with her speech synchronization. She still understands us, though. No way. Is there a way to fix it? I do not know yet. I'll have to look into that. Anyway, I'm sure we'll be able to understand each other somehow. Nonverbal communication, you know. Atta girl. Still, kind of would like to know your name. Sergey, can you help us out here? Right, her name is Leah. Leah. Well, ain't that sweet. Well then, Leah, ready to get up? We gotta get you ready for what's coming. Ball throwing and the like, you know? And I got just the thing prepared for you. Follow me. Alright, time to go throw some balls. Let's go. Reach the exit. Okay. Alright, let's get started. Your task is to reach the door at the other end of this room. Don't mind me. I'll just stick around and keep an eye on you. Well, I might give you some hints if you ask nicely, you know. Just like that. I am so good at throwing balls, guys. Let's go. Ha! Finally, this one's my favorite. Here you can go wild on these robot mice. Moving target practice. Have fun, girl. Who needs to practice aiming when you can just aim at everything? It's been so long since I've actually played this game. Whoa, slow down there, girl. Just a short warning, here you'll meet your first real enemies. And by real, I mean those things will in fact attack you. Don't get me wrong, they're really easy, but still. If you do get beat down, your respawn point is right in this room. That means there's no real danger. Go ahead and kick some ass. Just a moment, let me enable the dash module before we start the battle. Dash is essential in battle since it helps you to quickly dodge the enemy attacks at any time. Right he is. Now please enter to the right in order to proceed with the ass kicking. Oh, I almost did it without taking damage. Hey champ, get your adrenaline down again for a second. We gotta add a bit more edge to your arsenal. Sharp one, that is. I see that got your attention. Sergey, you finished? Yes. Unlocking virtual proximity impact now. Called VPI. You can quickly tear through several targets in your path at once. Only them close ones, of course. You got that? Sharp as a blade. Now start by clearing that path for us, will ya? Wait there for another sec. Yeah, I know. A second wasted is an attack wasted. Still, you should know that your strikes have enough punch to interrupt some attacks, so you can just pummel your opponents without giving them a chance to strike back. Sounds like a plan, am I right? So go get them. Cool. And you just crossed the finish line. Congrats. Seriously, girl, that was quick. It's like you've never forgotten the basics at all. Oh my, you still look so puzzled about all this. I suppose it is time we explain all the circumstances. You bet it is, but let's take a short break before that, okay? I still need to report to the captain. He wants to meet Leah as well. Good idea. Best not to keep Jet waiting for too long. Come on, Leah, right this way. Alright, up to the bridge. Oh yeah, Leah, just heads up. The captain's kinda grumpy, but don't worry about it. That's just the way he is. Cap, I'm back with the report. I see. Go on. The initiation? Total cinch. Here's the avatar. Name's Leah. Aye, hard to miss that, lass. Hope we didn't run into everything with those horns there. Wait, don't tell me you didn't notice the horns till now, Leah. Anyway, make sure you clean up that mess you started down in the cargo hold soon. Yes, Cap. I hope Sergey is satisfied. Is he around? Yeah, just give me a sec to set up your headset. Hello there, Jet. My good man, it's been a long time. Indeed. You're still clinging to that jetpack, I see. You know, I'd never travel the sea without the good old Betty. I love that his jetpack's name is Betty. Anyway, I hope you two will be ready to travel on soon. Having a darn avatar on board is just calling for trouble. Of course, we will make it this as brief as possible. Gee, Cap, what kind of welcome is that supposed to be? Besides, ain't we talking to Jet, former VRP dueling champ? You keep telling us all about your combat moves from the old days. So here I thought maybe you'd want to give Leah a small combat lesson. You're telling me that wee lass is up for a battle? Oh, you bet she is. Right, we'll see about that. Just talk to me later today. Sweet. Now then, you're dismissed. You can show the lass around the ship, but don't you stir up any trouble. All right, Captain. Come on, Leah. It's time for some fresh air. Welcome aboard the MS Solar. That's where we store all the coffins for the dead crew members. Quite the ship, huh? You know, the view here is nice, but you gotta see what's beyond the bow. We're currently steering towards Rhombus Square. That's something to look at. Actually, why not go to the bow and explain the situation to Leah there? Seeing Rhombus Square will make it easier for her to understand, correct? Hey, good thinking, Sergey. Follow me, Leah. She just leaves. She jumps off the ship. There she is, the Avatar. And she's a Spheromancer class. How awesome is that? Looks like you got your first fan, Leah. Hey there, Carla. Good to see you. About all these strange boxes here. Yeah, I know. I'm supposed to clean that up. But right now I have to take care of the Avatar, you know? I'll do it in a bit, okay? See you later. There she goes again. She said exactly the same thing yesterday. A Spheromancer. So awesome. Bow is this way. It's a bit of a walk, though. Just follow me. Carla, what were all those destructible boxes doing in that room anyway? Just practicing how to use those things, you know? Probably should have done that somewhere else. Now, girl, have a look at this. Okay, where to start? How about welcome to Crossworlds? One step at a time, Carla. Leah, do you remember the concept of an MMO? Yes. Alright. Now, Crossworlds is like an MMO, just with one striking difference. The world of this game is not virtual. It is real. All players are remotely connected to this world through special avatars. These avatars have a physical form and are tightly connected to all 5 senses of the player. And you, Leah, are currently logged into this game as well. Oh, me? No, I'm not a player. I just work here. In fact, you're the only avatar on this whole ship. That is correct. This cargo ship belongs to the maintenance staff of Crossworlds. The actual game takes place in the land you see over there, the playground. The reason you're here, Leah, is because you are not a regular player. You have lost your memory, and we are trying to recover it. You see, you've been in this game before. Being logged into this game, there's a chance you might remember your past. And that's why we will try to get you into the real playground soon. Yeah, in fact, you'll be going to that glass palace of a city over there. That's Rhombus Square. It's where all players start. Well, I guess this cleared up some things at least, right? Alright then, I think this is a good time to split. I'm going to talk to the captain and try to set up that combat lesson for you. Meanwhile, you can have a look around the ship if you like. The crew knows about you. Guess you already noticed that, right? You can meet me and the captain later. Till then, just make sure not to fall into the water, girl. By the way, Leah, I had a closer look at those speech synchronization issues. Unfortunately, I do not think I will be able to fix them soon. However, I found a little workaround. I might be able to hard code specific audio patterns into your speech module. That means you'll be able to say certain words. That should help a bit, correct? So let us try it out. Hi! 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 Me. It works! That should help you start some conversations with the crew here. Just walk up to everyone. Hi! 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 Alright. Time to go destroy everything on the ship. Ooh. Ah, look who's here. You must be the Avatar, right? Well then, welcome to the MS Solar. If you lean over the railing a bit, you might even see the name of the ship. Oh, hey, make sure you don't fall into the sea. I'm pretty sure avatars are bad at swimming. Oh, Miss Avatar is back. Hi. Woot, she talked to me. Gee, calm down there, fella. Anyway, Carla's just passed by us again. She told us that you could take care of all the boxes here. I mean, really, can you believe that woman? Now she's loading off her work on our guests. Well, she has a point. It's easy to destroy these boxes with your avatar weapons, right? Awesome. Please, I want to see that. Well, no pressure, you know, you are our guest after all, but you'd help us out a lot. So will you destroy the boxes for us? Yes! Show us the balls! Leah, show us your balls! Oh my god. Chaser coded. There we go. All cleared. Truly amazing. I'm really surprised how quickly those balls were flying. What are you even talking about? I didn't see any balls. Only those boxes disappearing for whatever reason. Yeah, you need to wear these AR goggles to see them. The balls and their impact are all, like, virtual and stuff. I see. So that's why you've been wearing those goofy glasses all day. Goofy? You know nothing about style, lady. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, thanks a lot for the help. Yes, thank you so much, Miss Avatar. Thanks for showing us your balls. Oh, God. Hi. Sorry, I'm busy checking the containers here. Yeah, stop bothering people while they're working, Leah. He's just like manually counting them. 1, 2, 3, 5. Damn it! 1. Balls deep. Yeah. Hi. Oh, Avatar incoming. I must say I'm surprised. I expected the embodiment of some gamer kiddie's wildest dreams, lots of beefcake and such. Yet here we have such a cute girl. Too bad that doesn't really say anything about the player's actual appearance. What the fuck? Just like in the old days of MMOs, some things never change. Are you accusing Leah of catfishing you? Hi. Hey, can't you see I'm busy here? Wait, who are you? Oh, right. I remember now. You're that pseudo-robot thing. Oh, no offense. You see, I just recently had this discussion with a colleague about avatars being the same as robots. And I have to insist they are not. Avatars are just some fragile, temporary collection of instant matter. Everybody knows real robots are made of metal, like these beauties here. So I just can't share the excitement of my colleagues about your presence. You're just an avatar, no true robot, see? Anyway, I have to take care of my babies here, so if you'll excuse me. All these people suck. Hi. Whoa, you spoke. Is your voice finally back? Hi. Wait, that ain't right. Her speech synchronization is still malfunctioning. I just hard-coded the word hi into her speech module. That's all she can say for now. I'm currently working on adding more words. I see. It's a start, I suppose. Anyway, the Cap and I here have been planning out your combat training, girl. We're almost set and good to go, right? Aye. This is going to be interesting. Well, I'm off to my cabin for some final preparations. I'll be done in no time, so just stick with the captain, Kay? See you later. I'll be back on the bridge. You can talk to me when you're ready for the lesson. Make sure you're prepared. I'll be expecting your full attention. You two over there. Make sure you clean up in the galley after you're done cooking. Understood? Aye, aye, Captain. I think we forgot since the last time you told us. Yeah, wasn't that yesterday? Wait, where did he say he was gonna be? Can't talk, must defeat respawning enemy. Me. Oh, I thought they canceled this game. Dang it! Oh well. He seems pretty engaged with the game. We should just let him play. Hey there, Leah. You better not keep the captain waiting. Wait, Carla, is this your room? Sure is. Something wrong with it? How did you do it? Do what? This room. I did nothing. I can see that. I mean, how did Jet not see this room? Ah, I see. Well, you'll have to wait for another time to hear my secrets, I guess. Better go to the bridge. The Cap wants to show Leah some new tricks as soon as possible. What? You're not curious, Leah? Well, I guess we should go then. She is messy. This is weird. How does Carla do it? I will find out someday. There you are. It's about darn time for your combat lesson. You ready? Yes. Good. Let's go to the balcony. Good. Here we are. Carla, are you ready up there? Yes, Cap. Don't forget the goggles. I haven't worn these for some time. Alright then. Time to start. I was told you learned the basics down in the cargo hold. Still, first, I want you to show me your grip on aiming and throwing. Carla, prepare the target bot. Time to say hello to an old friend. Listen carefully. I want you to hit that robot from this distance 10 times. And do it quickly. Got that? Aye, just as I expected. You notice how half of them balls missed the target? You still need to understand how to aim properly. I'll show you how it's done. Watch closely. See them dotted lines? That's the throwing range. Now when I start throwing balls, they'll be flying randomly between the two lines. That's some pretty darn slopping throwing. We won't have that here, you hear me? Now fact is, when you be throwing balls, your precision will improve over time, like this. But clearly this takes time. You want to be precise quicker, so you better keep the aim and stop the darn throwing. Quick, wasn't it? Once you get your lines connected, you can throw with high precision. See how you keep your precision after throwing? Once you got the lines connected, you can quickly throw as many precise balls as you want. But your precision is lost when you change your aim and direction too quickly. So in short, don't rush with the throwing. First, wait for a split second to get the precision, then you can throw to your heart's content. Alright, you want to try again? Sure. I see you understand the basics well enough. That'll make things easier. Carla, we need that turret now. Time to turn on old Betty. Next, we'll be practicing the dash. The turret will start shooting at you. I want you to do two things. First, keep your aim on the turret, but don't throw anything. Second, dodge the turret's bullets without losing your aim. Alright then, let's start. Fuck! You have to be faster than that, lass. Don't even think about simply walking past them shots. Dash at the right moment. Fuck! God damn it! Nice work. Enough with the dodge and try to handle this attack, lass. What the heck was that? Don't you know how to do a darn guard, lass? Actually, Jet, as a matter of fact, she does not. I forgot to activate her guard module. Sergey, are you serious? You can't send that lass into battle without a proper shield. Yes, I will fix that right now. Alright, then listen closely. Alright, basics first. Just show me that shield. Good. Note that the shield will only block the front. Always look into the direction of the attack. Try to block the swarm of balls. Very good. Now to round everything up, let's have a proper battle against the turret where you can use everything you've learned. Though there will be a little surprise waiting for you. Let me take a short breather. I'll let you take a short breather. Talk to me when you're ready. Let's do it. Captain! I'm sorry to interrupt, but we need you on the bridge right now. What's the matter? Something is approaching us, and quickly. Bloody darn timing. Sorry, lass, we have to stop here. Duty calls. Carla, clean up the balcony first and then come to the bridge afterwards. Understood. Girl, I have no idea what's going on here, but it'd be better for you to go inside too. It's still on the radar, approaching us at high velocity. No transmission, no darn ship to see what's going on here. Captain, I think I caught it on satellite. You gotta see this. It's that guy. What a peculiar location we have here. It's a darn cargo ship, you dauber. You look like someone who jumped right out of Crossworlds. This ship is not part of the bloody playground. So don't be a nuisance and get lost. We are aware of the nature of this place, yet we perceive the presence of another misplaced individual. That's none of your bloody business. Get off the ship and back to the game you came from. Foolish mortal. Do you truly believe we will abide by your command? Did you just call me a mortal, you nutcase? You better leave right now, or I'll be glad to tighten your grip on reality. You bore us. We choose to no longer converse with the likes of you. Besides, our search has already been concluded. Hi? You do not belong here. You need to be removed. Wait, you seem all too familiar. Why, it can't be. Indeed, it might be a mere coincidence. Oh, but we most definitely have a way to be certain. What a convenient stage we have here. Now it is time to face your trial. Let's see if you are the genuine article. A display of your talent shall suffice as proof. Leah, do you hear me? I'm just as confused about this whole situation as you are. It is certainly a mess, but we will get you out of this. For now, take on this challenge and keep him busy. I know this enemy looks intimidating, but do not lose hope. I'm confident you'll be able to handle this. Because I can see its battle stats. They match your level. There. Ooh, level up. This spinning motion, one cannot find it twice in this world. Truly, there is no doubt about it. When was the last time we have laid eyes upon you? You within your complete vessel. Yes, you have our utmost interest. You will come with us. Greetings from the solar fist, you pile of instrument matter. What's this? Your divine powers can't handle a proper explosion? Why, this is preposterous. Okay, lass, you need to get off the ship right now. Carla, get her back to the teleporter as fast as possible. And tell me when she's off the ship. I'll make sure no trace of Crossworlds is left on my ship. Got it, Cap. Follow me, girl. Alright, we're getting off this ship. Well, our endeavor has not been concluded. You will not escape our will. You already caught up? Leah, those are high-level opponents. Do not fight them. Run to the teleporter. We can sense your fear, your every step. Oh, Jesus. I pressed the wrong button. I was trying to dodge. Oh, fuck me, dude. The fuck? Damn, how are we gonna pass this one? Wait, I got an idea. Oh shit. Here we are again. Time for you to leave this party. Come on, sweetie. This isn't the time for tearful goodbyes. Besides, there are those guys. Goodbye, Leah. Enjoy Crossworlds. You darn pile of instant matter. Stop putting your trash all over the ship. This ain't going nowhere. Chet, we did it. But he almost got us. There are probably some enemies left down in the cargo hold. Putting even more trash in my cargo hold? Okay, that's it. Time to playtime is over. Crew, activate the neutralizer. You're meddling with matters that are not of your concern. This is my ship. Jobbers like you messing with my ship are on the bloody top of my list of my concerns. I said it before and I'll say it again. This cargo ship is not part of the bloody playground. What the bloody hell was that all about? We did it, Leah. I still cannot believe that just happened on the MS Solar. Anyway, we're now in the official playground. This area is packed with all kinds of security measures. More interference from that blue individual is highly unlikely here. For now, let's just proceed. This is Rhombus Square, or more precisely, Newcomer's Bridge. This is the official introduction to Crossworlds. I placed you right in front of the last part. It is important that we do this part the official way to avoid suspicion. Ah yeah, speaking of suspicion. Listen, Leah. It's absolutely essential that you pass as a regular player. We must avoid being reported at any cost. Hi? Yes. Do not worry too much about your speech synchronization issues. You're in fact not the first player with these problems. Anyway, just be careful, okay? Most of these players here should be newcomers just like you. Veterans usually skip this part. Pardon, didn't see you there. Hi. Bonjour? You are new here too? But I have not noticed you up here before. Oh, does this mean you caught up after me? Huh, you must be very quick with the tutorials. But I got the hang of it now too. You will not beat me on the last tutorial stage, no. Let's meet at the end. I will be waiting. Very competitive, this one. Oh, they added a welcome sign. Very hospitable. Are you looking for that redhead Penifist from before? Well, I'm afraid you will not find her here. You see, each player is placed into a separate instance of these rooms. You'll find plenty of puzzles ahead. You really would not want other players to interfere around here. It's all about who will be fastest by themselves, right? Speedrun time, let's go! You're about to see how bad I am at puzzles. Quick menu activated. Press and hold L2 to open the quick menu. Consume items, open the map, inspect the environment. All right. Oh. I'm back. Hi. Greetings from Jet and Carla. Everything is back to normal on the MS Solar. There are no traces left of that blue individual. I also tried to find some information about him, but there is nothing. We can be pretty certain that he's not connected to the official game. I just cannot imagine a regular player leaving Crossworlds and going on a rampage like this. Something very strange is going on here. Not to mention that he recognized you. Your memory might in fact contain some answers to all of this. You think? Anyway, there's no need to worry about this right now. Our goal is to simply play Crossworlds. And I see you've made a lot of progress already, so onwards. Character menu activated. Cool. Press select to open the character menu. Check your inventory and select items. Equip to prepare yourself for battle. Cool. Kuniochi. Ah, we can be dressed like this now. Equip rookie belt. Equip rookie boots. Rookie blade. And rookie hat. Level up, let's go. Already reached level 3? That's strange. Oh. We'll never know. Oh. Well, that's cool. Incoming. Oh, boss time. Complete. Let's go. And we leveled up again. Ready for one big upgrade? This better be good. Circuit activated. Activate circuits by using circuit points. You now got special points used for combat arts. Well, thank you for just spending those for me. Max HP. Focus. Defense. Okay. I had 3, so might as well get all of them. Leah, please wait a second. I have a little upgrade for you as well. I finally managed to add another word to your vocabulary. Well, you know how it is. No shiny effects for me, just the upgrade. Here goes. Leah? I think you will need this one since I will not be able to introduce you to other people anymore. Leah. Hi. Hi, Leah. Hi, Leah, hi. Do not look at me like that. I know it takes a long time to add these words. It is a very involved process, actually. I need to manually extend your thought control module, essentially modifying a statistically generated code base by hand. Yes, it is very technical. Technology to control avatars is, well, complicated. And that is an understatement. Anyway, the second word is done. I will work on the next one right away. Leah. Maybe if they used AI to program. Ha! I told you I would be first. Hi. Whew. Ah oui, but wasn't that fun? I was very surprised by that boss at the end. Pardon, I didn't even introduce myself. Je m'appelle Emily. Nickname, Emilynator. I know, it's genius, right? So, what's your name? Leah. Leah, nice to meet you. So, are you ready to take the sky rails? They're so cute together. I wish we could already explore the city itself, but no. Didn't you know the Skyrail will take you straight to Cross Central? From there you'll be transported to the mainland. You'll only be able to enter Rhombus Square much later. It sucks, I know. You over there. Yes, you, the blue-haired spheromancer. Before you just appeared out of nowhere. Suspicious. And what do I see now? You're at level 4? This is unheard of. I'm forced to assume you, young lady, have been cheating. What? Unsure. Going straight for the accusations. How can you be so sure about it? Just because you're stuck at level 3 doesn't mean impossible. No player on record has ever reached level 4 at this point. Young lady, surely I don't need to explain to you the faults of such actions. Cheating will never pay off in the long run. Is that all you have to say? Oh dear, what is going on here? Jorn, I have exposed this cheater here. And now you're lecturing her? Yes, about the wrongness of her actions. How about no? What? I'll just go ahead and pretend I don't know you. Come on. Come on! Apologies for my friend's behavior. He sometimes pretends to be a moderator. He is not. No problem. ACAB includes this guy. Young lady, I'll let you off this time. Reflect on your actions. Mon Dieu, what was the deal with him? I hope you don't meet players like this around here too often. Anyway, let's go on. I want to finally reach Rookie Harbor. You can come with me if you want to. Très bien, let's go. Oh, my heart just stopped there for a second. That was close. Is it all because you collected those extra EXP from that crab boss? I should have noticed this earlier, sorry. You can go ahead, just take any of those Skyrail terminals. That was fun. Can't wait to reach the mainland. Voila! Le Cross Central. You can quickly reach all of the crossworlds from here. Though, there should only be one destination for us newbies, Rookie Harbor. Okay. Alez, this way. Wait, which way did she go? Fuck, I didn't see. I wasn't paying attention. This way. You can teleport to landmarks by selecting them within the map menu. You can also switch to the world map view. Here you can move to other areas you visited before. Fantastique. Right at the sea, just like they said. The city should be right up ahead. Go, go! Does she have a tail? Or is that her hair? Hey, over here! Look at all these old style buildings. It's like we're in some kind of medieval fantasy world, no? So right now I'm waiting here to meet a friend, but I haven't seen him so far. There are just so many people here. Valero! Eek! Sacre bleu, was that really necessary? Yes, very necessary. I see you brought a friend? Ah oui, that's Leah. I met her during the tutorial. Hi! And this Dark Lord meanie here is Lucas, also known as Schneider. Nice to meet you, Leah. So, you finally reached the croissant. Having fun so far? Oui, enormous. I don't know how to pronounce French words. I'm sorry, I didn't take French in high school because I was homeschooled. Wait, croissant? The mainland. You'll get the idea once you see the map. Anyway, this is Rookie Harbor. It's known for the incoming shipments of rookies like you, which is also a fairly big place, which tends to be confusing for said rookies. So I thought I'd give you a small tour. Très bien. Lead the way. First, the info building. If you really want to dig into the details of Crossworlds, this is your place. Combat art, skills, all the stats from A to Z, you name it. Oh, that's the nerd hub, right? Yeah, people call it that. Frankly, it's a good thing to know about all that stuff, but it's not mandatory. It's just a place to go back to whenever you're confused about something. Let's move on. By the way, Emilinator, nice one. I know what's Schneider supposed to mean. I'm a triblader. I cut things. What? Not worth explaining. Aw. Alright, next stop, the town center. Oh, is that a market over there? Yup. You'll find most of the traders around here. Well, they're all over the place, to be frank. Those traders offer pretty good equipment. The catch, you first need to collect all the required trade items in the wild. It takes time, but it's worth it. Further up is another important building. This way. See that building up there? That's the Seeker Hub or Quest Hub. Surprise, you'll find a lot of quests there, just like many other places in town and elsewhere. All those quests are optional, but the rewards usually make it worthwhile. Hey Leah, you still with us? She's a quiet one. But she was really fast at the tutorial, almost beat me to it. Well, like they say, still waters run deep, right? Oui. What about the main quest? They keep talking about the Track of the Ancients. Oh right, I almost forgot about that. You'll have to enter the quest hub anyway. There's a mandatory introduction for all new players. They'll explain all about it there. I suggest you go right away and just get it over with. I'll just wait here. D'accord. Let's go, Leah. She's a speedy one. Whoops. I like that the info building has info on it. Yeah. Mon Dieu, look at this. Oh, who's this guy? Welcome to Operation Trackwalker, recruit. This briefing serves as an introduction to the history of this place and the nature of our cause. We're currently located on the natural satellite Shadoon. This place was once inhabited by intelligent life forms that we refer to as the Ancients. While the Ancients ceased to exist a long time ago, they left behind a technological heritage to behold. The Track of the Ancients. Originally, it served as an assessment of social standing within the Ancients' culture. It is a technological marvel, a highly advanced and self-sufficient system that remains intact to this day. It wasn't long after humankind arrived on the Shadoon that we realized its value. Thus, we initiated Operation Trackwalker. We augmented the track so that humanity might walk it as well, and that is where you come in, new recruit. Together with the other seekers, you will start the journey along the Track of the Ancients. Your path will be paved with obstacles, but every step you take will further our cause, discovering the secrets of the Ancients. Your main task will be the collection of 4 elements: heat, cold, shock, and wave. Beginning with the element heat, your first destination will be the village of Bergen. To reach it, you'll need to pass the western barrier of Rookie Harbor. I will now give you your first shade to grant you passage to the west. Finally, I will give you the Disc of Insight. This device will record all of the knowledge you encounter on your journey. That is all. Good luck, and stay vigilant. Wow, now that was funky. Suddenly I was in the middle of space and this old geezer kept talking to me. Same for you? Suppose they wanted to pep up the boring introduction, no? Oui, Track of Ancients it is. Let's go back. Lucas is waiting. By the way, Leah, I took the liberty of adding a few more entries to your encyclopedia. For example, all past events and people we've met so far, and a few insights on the technology, of course. But I just like to organize things. Me having like 18 folders. For one thing. So how was it, Leah? Enjoyed being in space? Well, now you should understand your task, being part of the track walker and all. Let's go to the west now. By the way, Leah, Spheromancer? That's surprising. They're pretty unpopular. Don't ask me why, they're fine balance-wise. What about Pentafist? They're awesome, right? Yup, and I couldn't imagine you in any other class. Finally, this is the western part of the town. In this shop, you can buy consumable items. Further down, you'll find an armory with basic equipment. And when you continue to the west from here, you'll enter Autumn's Rise. You'll find a lot of enemies along the way. Be careful not to take on too many hedgehags at once, or those guys will eat you for breakfast. Anyway, just follow that way to get to Bergen. By the way, do you two want to form a party? That would be great, right, Leah? And you, Lucas? Will you travel with us too? I unfortunately have to leave you soon. Aw, already? Trust me, it's not that fun to travel around with a high-level friend, unless you don't care for the challenge. You could watch us take on those hedgehags. Jap, that totally sounds like a lot of fun, doesn't it? No, really, I have to head back to the guild. There's just too much stuff going on right now. The crap will be steaming if I'm gone for too long. I see. Monsieur is just too important for us rookies. Oh, please don't be that way. You can set up a direct link if something comes up, alright? Let's meet again once you reach Bergen Village. Come on, Leah, let's do some leveling till we're worth the Dark Lord's attention. Oh, Jin. And see you soon, Emily. And you too, Leah. Hi! Huh? Oh well. Ciao, ciao. Alright, party time. So where's the option? Ah, we. Voila! We just formed a party. Alright, let's head to Autumn's Rise. Or maybe look for quests in town. I'll let you decide, Leah. This is so exciting. Heck yeah! How are we doing, all? Howdy, partner. You sure look like a healthy gal who can appreciate a nice piece of meat. First they're asking Leah to show them her balls. I always sniff out good taste. It's like my special talent. My name is Selena Teak, and I have grand plans to create the perfect steaks for everyone to enjoy. Leah! At least that's what I want to do, but I still don't have the proper ingredients for that. Since I can't just leave the city and search for them, maybe you can help me with that? Sure. We'll get some meat for you. Girl, you are the best. It'll be amazing. You won't regret it. Anyway, I definitely need some nice raw meat, of course. The bovines in Autumn's Rise should do nicely. Though I heard you gotta have, like, a good rank to get some meat from them. Whatever that means. Then I need some firewood that brings out the taste perfectly. I don't know much about the trees here, but bring me some very light and also some sharp wood. You should find both of them on a mountain somewhere. Good luck! We offer high quality equipment made in Rookie Harbor. And I don't have any money. Chillin', sleepy. Yeah, it is getting close to your bedtime, isn't it? Getting close to my bedtime, too. The hedgehags. Hello, Hello, Miss Seeker. So great to see you here on Shadoon. As a humble part of our endeavor here, I'm trying my best to aid Seekers. But my skills are just not on the same level as yours are. Might I ask you to help me out, dear Seeker? Defeat 10 hedgehogs. Superb! Come back to me when you've defeated the hedgehogs. Well, I already defeated one. I feel like that should count. That should retroactively count. Oh, I got 5 sandwiches. Damn. Laser bridge. They were even watching you defeat it, yeah. He was like, thank you for defeating that hedgehog. Now can you defeat 10 hedgehogs for me? I love him. I want to keep him as a pet. Finally, everything ready. Now I only need someone to help. I'm trying to talk to him, but he won't do anything. I'm like, I was like, I'm about to die. I know I'm about to die. Did that reset my hedgehog count? Oh shit. God damn it. I'm just gonna start cutting grass. Ooh, a button. Now we gotta figure out how to get up there. Ah. There's a path over there. I just know it. Has to be. The check sure do be rolling true. Guess we'll go this way for now. Access denied. ACAB includes that fence. Shit. I do wonder what kind of music they're listening to. So we meet again. Undo. Not this guy again. Hi. Good. I see your level is now in an acceptable range. As if that one level would have made a big difference. However, your previous actions have not been forgotten. Being a cheater, as bad as it is, but seeing a spheromancer displaying such dishonest behavior, it breaks my heart. What? We spheromancers are a noble yet unappreciated class. We can't allow a player like you to further damage our reputation. Wait, you're a spheromancer too? Why, of course. Don't you see my striking crimson outfit? Oh. Pardon, I thought you were a tri-blader, what with that all that green and pointy hair. It's my style. It's plain to see that fashion is beyond your grasp. Sure. Anyway, I'm talking to you, blue-haired spheromancer. Leah. I challenge you to a duel. Wait, what? Come on, we just started playing. Of course we won't do it right here and now. Let's have our duel at the entrance of Bergen Trail. I'll test your skills properly to make sure you don't use any more dishonest methods. Are you serious? Do you accept, blue-haired spheromancer? Leah. Good, I'll be waiting for you. And off he goes again. Are you sure it's okay to accept his challenge just like that? D'accord. It's your choice. Then let's make sure you're well prepared. I want you to kick this guy's derriere. Come on, let's train. Okay, I'm ready. That has to have been 10, right? I bet he thinks she was paid by chorus or something. Yeah, no, honestly. This guy is your average leftist. Your average Twitter leftist. Oh shit. Make sure we kick the shit out of the plants while we're at it. Oh. Oh. He takes like no damage from the front. Huh. Did we just beat up a cow wearing some kind of iron mask? We used to have cows in the neighborhood when I was a child. Pesky things. They were cute at first, now they're just annoying. Me. Oh shit. Fuck! I died. Alright, well that might be a good sign. I think, we can save here. How are we feeling? I haven't been counting how many hedgehogs you've gotten. Me either. All right. Well, I was going to still do the Gavin Newsom thing, but to be honest, I'm too tired. We can do it next stream. I'm planning on streaming again on Monday. It'll give me a chance to go over a couple of things that I haven't been able to last couple of streams. Hopefully soon, I'll be able to actually play some fucking games. In reality, I bet I just gotta like fix some settings and stuff. Shouldn't be that big of a deal, but I really do want to play Metal Gear. But all the more reason why you should donate if you're enjoying the stream and you want to help me play Metal Gear. Because all of the money that you donate, be it super chats or direct donations on Ko-Fi or Patreon memberships or things like that, all goes to two things. Goes to helping me get the hell out of Indiana and to keeping this channel up and running. Got to set up your capture card and use your Steam Deck. That's honestly a good idea. Actually, wait. I don't think Delta is Steam Deck compatible. So that might be a problem. But we could use it for some things. Anyway, this is going to be the last call for donations and stuff, but I think we've done good today. Not as much as I wanted to do, but like I said, I have not been feeling all that good the last couple of hours, so being able to chill has been nice. Even so, it'll be good to do in general, yeah. All right, well, it's been really nice. Thank you all for watching. I will see you on Monday, probably around the same time. But we'll go over Gavin Newsom. We'll probably do some other things. All right. I will see you all soon.